The link is in the chat. If y'all want to join the panel, link is in the chat. Santos.
What it do? What it do? What it do?
Santos, go ahead and talk about the Terence Crawford case.
Well, I mean, I'm catching bits and pieces of it. I've been busy, so hadn't been able to stay tuned to YouTube like I like to. But checking out what Fred was reading tonight and what he was speaking on, I figured that what Fred came up with when he was saying that it's not about race. The case itself is not about race. It's just a narrative and painting a picture of what they were painting a picture of what Terrence has experienced under the promotions of Top Rank, and but it's more about what's due to Terrence Crawford as far as his earnings or the lack thereof. And I figured that was the case. Um, but one thing I did want to say, um, Bob Arum is is a guy who doesn't mind speaking out about what's on his mind. Sometimes he's cognizant of uh, saying certain things because of legal reasons, and then sometimes just go ahead and blurt out what he feels like he's going to say. Um, he, I think the evidence that, I mean, the case that Terrence is, the premises that Terrence is filing his lawsuit on has merit. Um, and I've always said, ever since Bob was going, live speaking of negatively about Terrence Crawford and the money that he's lost and all these types of things, I always felt that it was grounds for a lawsuit. So um, he said some damaging things to his product, that in which the product that he should have been promoting in a positive way, and the money that he's saying that he's lost due to working with this fighter. Hey, my man, you entered into an agreement. Your agreement included an investment, and there's no guarantees when you make an investment, and you know that. So this is part of what business is. Um, when you're dealing with, when you're taking a gamble. Basically, what you're doing, you're taking a gamble that in this business, boxing, that a fighter's going to pan out and going to, pay dividends on the money that you invest in them. Or you can lose money if the fighter doesn't pay dividends. So, um, Terence, Terence Crawford, a lot of people condemn him for how he was moving over the years and the fact that he's not uh, too quick to speak with certain media platforms and things like that and sources. And I totally get it and I totally understand it. But at the same time, watching how Terrence Crawford has always been pretty much a quiet person, as far as not speaking a lot, slow to speak, quick to hear. Um, it has say what you want about Terence Crawford, but him not speaking as much, I think it's going to be a plus in his behalf on this lawsuit. For the simple fact, there's much, much hours of tape of Bob Arum's interviews that could be used against him and the things he said against the fighter that he should have been promoting in a positive light. There's less and less evidence of tape of Terence Crawford speaking out negatively about Bob Arum. Even after Bob Arum first went live on Fred's show speaking negatively about Terence Crawford, I never remember Terence Crawford right after that when he was interviewed saying anything negative about Bob. He just said, "Oh, Bob's okay. He's just Bob, smart man, smart man." And I'm telling you, when you watch, when you keep your tongue bridled and be careful about what you say, that's a plus in your behalf. That's why I've always called Terrence a quiet killer or a silent killer. He's not going to talk a whole lot, even if he's upset with you. He's not going to talk a whole lot. Period. He's going to give you that rattlesnake type of response, that warning. Hey man, you need to go on while you still can, because this not going to turn out good for you. And that's about all he's going to say, man. And he means what he says. And if people don't take it the correct way, that's on them. If they do take it the correct way, they're good. Sorry, I'm pretty tired, y'all. I ain't gonna lie to you. I didn't get home till after 6 p.m. after driving all night long, and that's another story in itself. I was working, and it's crazy. But anyway, back out here trying to do it again. And my truck broke down over the beginning of last month, and I think it's going to give me the same problem. I think it's about to give me the same problem. It clowned a little bit yesterday. Been fidgety in the driving of it. Give me some symptoms of what happened the last time. So a little disturbed about that. I'm paying attention to my truck as well. But anyway, I think Terrence has a very good case, and I think
Y'all can join the panel. I'm here.
I think what we're gonna see is well, let me say this. I don't think any successful lawyer or any lawyer that is decent at their job will put this case push this case forward in the manner that they're pushing it if he didn't think the case had merit. And that's not always the case. Every case is winnable or beatable, but at the same time, I think they're on point of what they're trying to accomplish. I think they are at a situation where they have more upside to win versus more downside to lose. More upside to lose. I think the upside is better for the win. And like I said, you have to, when you're in situations like this, and I'm speaking for personal experience, when you're in situations like this and you know that you're right about something, you got to keep moving the way you normally move on a daily basis so they don't see you coming. None of you guys, nor myself, I was hoping, but nor myself, saw Terrence putting this play together. I was hoping he would, because I've always said that, in my opinion, if there was ever such thing as promoter's malpractice, Bob had just committed it. but there is a such thing, but not in that wording, not with use the same verbiage or terms that I selected to use, and that is breach of contract. Bob has, in my opinion, I don't know the letter of law uh, to the if letter, but I know that Bob should never have went on public record and spoke negatively about a fighter that he was promoting, and the fighter never spoke negatively about Bob. That was the best move Terence could have made. Like Terence Crawford did exactly what what's my man name? He said, sit down, be humble. That's what Terence did. He sit down and he was being humble. What's the rapper name? Cal, uh, from the West Coast out there in L.A. Shoot, I almost had his name on the tip of my tongue just then. Y'all know what I'm talking about. He was humble and he sit down. He stayed cool. He made his chess moves, and I think he's got a winnable case. I was in a similar situation, not exactly a promoter. Mine was employment. I had an agreement contract, and I got played around with. I don't want to go into detail because I still have I still have an existing gag order about it. So I can't go into great details with any names or nothing like that. But at the same time, um, I stayed low. I went into the job. I did my job every day as professionally as I did when I first walked in that building. And I never complained about my job like some people would expect for you to do. Everybody, most of them white, because I was only African American in management, walking around, man, I don't see how you do it, man. Man, why you ain't going off on? What's it going to solve? What's it going to prove? Right now, my biggest focus was getting my money that I was justly due. So me acting a fool, as a lot of us, have probably been pre-trained to do as we were growing up in the hood, it's the wrong move. Because see, one thing I learned years ago, when you got hood issues, you use hood tactics to fight your issues in the hood. When you got business issues, you fight it in a professional manner. You can't just, if you go if you're on a job or you're dealing with someone in a professional manner, business wise, and they're doing you wrong and it's affecting you financially or any other way, you can't just walk up in the place with a weapon or not and just start whooping on people or shooting people or stabbing people, whatever. Because no matter what they did wrong to you, you're not going to get indemnified as far as made whole of what you've lost. You're going to jail. That's what's going to happen. Now, if I went to work, acted a fool, yelled, shouted, threatened people, I would have lost my case. But I didn't do that. Stayed calm, cool, and collected. So I wasn't fired. I was hoping they try to fire me, but they wouldn't because they would have gave me more money, punitive damages. But they were smart enough to leave me alone. And I ended up resigning. But at the same time, I hear a lot of people saying this and saying that about Terrence. Say, look, we don't feel Terrence made the best decisions, but at the same time, hindsight is 2020. Terrence Crawford was thinking about his family, and in my opinion, and so he decided to stick with Top Rank. They'll get the money that was put before him, and in hopes that he was going to get the Pacquiao fight, the Earl Spence fight, the meaningful fights, the legacy fights, and the money, those fights would have took care of him and his family for, a little while longer. He was, and we don't know what they discussed in these offices behind closed doors. The two parties, Team Crawford and Top Rank. But I do believe that he was made promises verbally, maybe not on paper. That may be the hard part he has to prove. Some probably was on paper, but some of this was probably discussions. And, you do this, I get you that. Just like Bob's been pushing this fight between Terence Crawford and the kid Josh Taylor for a while, pushing it harder than he was ever pushing for Terence to fight Earl Spence, pushing it harder than he was ever pushing for Terence to fight Pacquiao. So it's bull crap. It is what it is. Um, I, I'm proud of Terence personally. Stand up. A lot of people are not agreeing that the fact that he didn't stand up before. He had his reasons, I feel. Like I said, I've been in that situation, not on this level, but I've been in that situation where you had to stay low, stay professional, carry out. So you don't want to give the opposition, if you plan to make a move like what he just made, you don't ever want to give the opposition an opportunity to say that you didn't fulfill your agreement. And thank God that I was that he gave me the opportunity to study some business law in the past. That stuff. The way I used to think before I went to school for certain courses and learned some things. I got to the point in my life where I was a little bit more calm and mild mannered. I used to have a real bad short temper years and years ago, but I learned, those every time when I had short tempers situations, I always got the short end of the stick, always. So I learned from that, and as I studied, I learned even more. And I always had in mind that I would, be doing business some type of way on a low level, mid level, or high level eventually in my life. And so I wanted to know a lot of things. So I took certain courses to enhance my knowledge about certain things. And what I learned in business law, I think helped me a great deal. How to deal with in a professional manner with different situations legally, and when you're dealing with different entities. So, there, excuse me. There's time and place for everything, and like I said, if you got hood issues, a lot of times we deal with them the hood way. You got business issues, you got to deal with it in a business manner. Can't take the hood to the business conference room, push folks in the head, fire off on them and all that to demand what you want, no matter if they're right about what's owed to you, because you'll never get it. So you gotta play your situation the way Terrence did his situation, and see how it plays out in the courtroom. Always give yourself an opportunity in the courtroom. Deontay Wilder did the same thing with the arbitration. So, yeah, we were upset. A lot of people were upset with Terence Crawford about how he was moving, about not talking to a lot of media's sources, black media's in particular, and how he, didn't speak a lot. He didn't promote himself a lot on these on social media and other outlets. But hey, take my hat out to him. This is not about money per se, in the sense that he's going for the jugular or asking for a whole lot more money than he's due. He just wants what's owed to him, and he wants because he knows he missed out on a lot of money. Let me tell you something. Sean Porter's invited Bud to the Porter Way podcast a few days after their fight, and the black guy, I forget his name, that's a buddy of Sean Porter. He told Bud, he said, "Man, I'm gonna tell you something, bro. I, I'm just gonna go and tell you, man. I think you probably missed out on about $75 million in your career, hanging out with Top Rank. Because this is after, of course, after that, at the end of that fight, you know, uh, Sean Sean announced his retirement, and Bud announced that he's no longer with, going to stay with Top Rank. Which we figured that's what was going to happen with Terrence, or we were hoping. So that was an epic night. But anyway, the guy told him, man, you lost out probably $75 million, and Bud really didn't go in on Bob still at that point. He said, "Yeah, it's okay though. I get these. I make these fights or whatever. I forget exactly what he said, but I know he didn't go in on Bob Arum, because he knew he was making his chess moves. So I'm proud of Terrence. Y'all can say whatever y'all want. I disagree with y'all, talking blab about him, about how he moved. I think he moved the correct way. So I'm cool. I support him. I hope everything works out in his behalf. Kendrick Lamar. Thanks, Slug. Um, so I think he's going to be okay. And I think, Bob should he should be careful about what he says. And Bob, no, he's an attorney from study, and from life experience working for the government and everything. He knows legal stuff, but Bob, I don't know why Bob spoke that way about Terrence. Period. I never could figure out, knowing that he's got an attorney's background. I never figured that part out. But let me tell you something. How can you? I mean, why? What legal or logical sense does it help you to? Well, in some cases, let me back up before I say what I was about to say. I was about to say, uh, what what's right about damaging your own product that you're or your own client, or whatever you want to figure, that you that you need to be in a you need that client to be, the value of that client to be high, so you and that client can earn the most money for not only the client but for yourself as well. But he went in and devalued his own fighter that he was promoting, that he was contractually bound to do right by. So I didn't get that, and and I'm gonna tell you something. If Bud them has if Team Crawford had never filed this lawsuit, that would have always loomed in my mind why he let that slide. Now I know. Good look, Bud. Good move. And I like the way you moved on this, bro, because I would have done the same thing. Period. A lot of us, we speak a lot about our opinions, about how we feel, about how we want to handle this and handle that, what we think of this and think of that. Man, let me tell you something. We're out here on YouTube, most of us, not all of us, but we're out here on YouTube speaking from a perspective of where our finances are in the thousands of dollars, not multi-millions of dollars. Bud was dealing with his situation on the level of the multi-million-dollar level. That's a whole different bag. That's a whole different level. That's a whole different process, that in a whole different way you got to think about how to move. So what I'm saying is, we don't know how we would have moved in those circumstances if we were there, if it was us that was going through them. We don't know exactly how we would have moved, because when you think about your family and the well-being of them and what you have versus what you can get, if it doesn't mean that you have to sell out, y'all excuse me, I don't know, I've been having some phlegm last few days. It's getting worse. If you don't have, if you don't have certain things, and you see an opportunity to take care of your family, and you don't have to sell your soul or sell out to do it. And some of y'all might say it sold it, so I don't agree that it did. And some of y'all talk about, him, how he fooled black people. Shoot, everybody I see around Terrence is black, except for his Mexican trainer. And one a couple guys in his camp, like the strength and conditioning coach, he's a white guy, and one of his buddies that helped train with him, an MMA fighter, he's a white guy. But other than that, everybody, for the majority, I'm gonna put it like this: 97% of the folks I see in the gym with Terrence, I see in videos as far as his training camp, uh, in his house that he stays in when he's training, as for when he's on doing his training camp, they're black. They're black. 97% of them. So his wife. I don't know if I don't think they're legally married, but that's not my business. But his woman, she's black. His kids are black. His mom is black. Man, man, come on, y'all. We've seen Terence Crawford's folks in the audience. They wear their blackness all the way to the ring. They don't come in there trying to act like they something they not. That's one thing I love about them. They are authentically being who they are. A lot of y'all around the United States consider them country. I see them as black folk. I'm from the South. I see them as regular old black people that's not trying to be more than what they are. And they coming in there giving it up for the one they love the most and that's fighting in that ring, and they support them. Man, Terrence don't get no blacker than man, come on now. I just can't agree with, and I love and respect the opinions of a lot of you brothers, what you're saying, but Terrence is a brother all the way. And the way he moves, a lot of y'all disagree with, but I've seen guys move like him in the streets in silence, slow to speak, quick to hear. Them the ones you got to be careful with. Because while you talking and woofing and being loud for everybody to hear you because you want everybody to know you ain't no punk, that quiet guy sitting back thinking about how he's going to take you down and when he's going to take you down. I respect guys like that. I respect women like that. I'm the type of cat, I ain't got time for no whole lot of jaw jacket either. Once I say what I got to say, I'm done. Ain't no need me talking. You can say whatever you want to. When it come down to when we get tussling, there's a whole different story because I'm already plotting in my mind how I'm gonna do things. I'm telling you, when I'm moving on business out here, I ain't got time to be going around broadcasting every move I'm about to make. I want to be 5, 6, 7 steps ahead. So you don't tell all your business. You keep your business to yourself, and then you make your move when you see the timing is correct. That's what Terrence did. I applaud him. Okay. And, all right, Punch Smollett. If you're gonna come over here with the nonsense, bro, it's only a matter of time, and you're gonna be moving on by force. Okay. All right. Keep it slight. This is not one of those panels that we invite people that just want to come in and argue and go back and forth like a little kid. We don't do that over here, bro. Maturity over here. You can like whoever you want to like. We can like whoever we want to like. We ain't talking about what you're talking about right now, anyhow. So keep it on the smooth, man. Cause I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm tired and I ain't really in the mood for that bull crap tonight. I'm gonna be real with you. And everybody know when I'm in one of them raw moods, I get a little funky, real funky. All right. I'm just letting you know. That's the rattlesnake warning for you right there. So anyway, we do this. Everybody's doesn't agree that Terrence has. They're saying Terrence has allowed his friends, uh, to sign with Bob, with Top Rank. Let me tell you guys this. Terence Crawford is a grown man. He's had conversations with Floyd Mayweather. Well, apparently, Terence remember what Floyd told me and know what Floyd went through, but he probably also made up his mind that, hey, that was your situation. What's on the table for me is I'm okay with, and I'm going to ride with it. So he got sold, and that's what a promoter has to do. They have to sell you a manager, anybody that wants to come to work for you that's going to be in a management or advisory or promotional position working for you. That's what they're supposed to be doing. They have to sell you on why you should hire them or why you should go with them. But of course, in the beginning, they have the upper hand because they've been in the most of them been in the business for a while. They have the financial resources, and you know that. And you being a young man coming into the game, freshly new, never being on the level of having discussions with people about the possibilities of multi-millions of dollars. Um, you see the dream and you sign up, so you're sold. Anyway, a lot of people, disagree with salute Victor, salute um, Slugger Sam, uh, Brian Jackson, and everybody else I probably missed in the chat, man. Uh, Brandon Watch, what's up, Brandon? What's happening, bro? Cletus, what's up, bro? Mark West, Victor, G Brown, and so on and so on. StreamYard, what's up? No, I was just tripping, trying to make y'all laugh, whatever. But anyway, I think that we gotta. I think we speak a little bit too quick and a little bit too soon about things like that. I think Terence Crawford made his own decision about his situation, knowing what Floyd had already told him. Did I agree with? Do I agree or did I agree with the decision that Terence made? I didn't. I never wanted to see him do the Top Rank thing because what I've. I'm sorry, y'all. What I've heard in the past and what I've, you know, uh, known about, him not promoting to his best ability, him and his team, for black fighters, um, and the fact that Mikey had to sue Top Rank as well, who's a Mexican guy. So, no, I didn't agree with that, but at the same time, I had to remove my own emotional feelings about that because it wasn't my deal. I I had to pull back and say I don't know what I would have did in that case. When I'm thinking about my family, I'm thinking about my future, I'm thinking about my current situation. I can't say I wouldn't have made the same decision that Terrence made. I probably would have. Hindsight is 2020, and I'm gonna tell you something. I think a lot of us out here we speak too fast and say we wouldn't have did this, wouldn't have did that because we got public ears. I mean, we got people listening to us that are listening around the country, around the world, and we got to save face, pride, and all that good stuff. But at the same time, I'm knowing that. Let me tell you something, man. I've been around a lot of cats who was boasting and bragging and running the streets like they were the king of the city, like they were the hardest of the hardest cats. They were getting the most money of any cat, and they talking about you better not be no snitch and this, that, and the third, and them be the main ones that end up snitching is selling for time. So when I hear a lot of cats talking all that stuff, and I ain't talking about just my city, I'm talking about around the nation. I don't met so many cats that they plug put them in prison by snitching on them. I've been around a lot of cats that I was aware of that snitched on them, their plug, vice versa. So when I hear cats out here rah 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 and talking about what it, I discount 90% of them because I know when that when they face with that decision that they have to make on whether to snitch or not snitch, 90% of you snitching. And I can't stand none of it. I think they should line all of you up against the wall and shoot all of it. That's what I feel. I'm just gonna keep it funky. I'll never stop feeling that way. Christian or not, that's where I feel about snitches. Real talk. So, um, what's what got me in prison? A setup. So I'm just telling you, a lot of the guys when they get out here woofing and talking all this old rough, tough, I'll do this, I would do that, I wouldn't have done that. Man, okay, whatever. All I know is you out here on YouTube kicking it with me and and the rest of us talking about boxing. I don't know what you'll do in your first life. I don't know you enough to know what you'll do, you know. But I know what cats have done in the past that sounded like you. So I'm just telling you what it is. So I can't agree with a lot of cats out here speaking on Crawford that way. Uh, I respect what you're saying. That's your opinion. That's what you're saying about how you would move. But I see a lot of what I'm saying is when by Terrence deal, I'm not gonna sit here and say I would have made a different decision that he made about his deal because I wasn't in that position. I don't know what his situation was. None of us do. So I think sometimes we need to, chill on some of the comments we make about, these fights and decisions they make like that. Yeah, a lot of them screw up, but hey, we all are young before we're older, and we all have to learn and we have to wisen up. We have to mature before we can make sound decisions for ourselves. No matter what time of your life that maturity comes in, but it is what it is. So anyway, you know, folks, a lot of talk was out there over the past 2 years at least. They've been talking about this fight about 3 years, but for the past 2 years, I know for sure. Been a lot of talk about Terrence was ducking Earl. Earl was ducking Terrence, and Earl don't want the fight. Well, some people saying Earl don't want the fight, and a lot of people saying that Terrence don't want the fight. I've always maintained that the fighters want to fight each other. They do want to fight. Um, Earl even came out publicly and said they had a phone conversation to talk about what they got to do, and he also came out and said he's gonna fight this person, that person, then he'll fight Terrence last, this, that, and the third. I'm sure Earl, part of his decision was him sitting down with his team and discussing and mapping and planning this stuff out. Okay. Um, but my man Crawford was always trying to push the issue about let's fight, but Earl was saying, talk to your man Bob, he's blocking the fight, this, that, and the third. Let me tell you something. A lot of you fans were going around painting narratives about who was blocking the fight, who wanted to fight, who didn't want to fight, talking about the percentages they should get, all that old stuff we don't need to be talking about. I've always maintained the fact that these two fighters wanted to fight each other. I've always maintained the fact that the business of boxing gets in the way of us seeing the best fights. And the business of boxing is going to put the business first over our pleasure. Terrence is laying it out for you right now in this lawsuit. The business of boxing is what prohibited that fight from happening so far. Tim Smith got on PBC podcast, and he pretty much let you know the business of boxing is preventing that fight. You know what would be great for me And a love moment for me is to hear Bud fans as well as Earl fans, knowing what you've heard so far. If you haven't heard, go out and listen to Tim Smith, what he was saying. Pay attention to what this motive is. This motion for lawsuit is that Bud has filed against Top Rank. And I would love for you guys and gals, that's a Southern slang term, gals, would come on this. Well, not necessarily come on YouTube and restate your statements of what you've been saying for months. But if you do speak on it, just be sure you speak the truth. These guys want to fight each other. Now, I have to admit, there are some Earl Spence fans that are diehards that come on this platform sometimes with us. Some of my brothers, and they talk, but they at the end of the conversation, they will say, "I'm telling you now, I know both these fighters want to fight each other, and neither one of them are afraid of each other. I respect that." But some don't want to do that because they want to paint theirs, want to go back and forth. They enjoy that kind of, connotation. They like to, have rah-rah moments with other fans on these platforms, going back and forth, like to call each other out of their names and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, just bull crap. They entertain themselves because they don't have anything else to do. A true fan of the sport, you're going to look at the sport for what it is, and you're going to speak on the sport for what it is, in my opinion. And that's what I respect. And I'll let you know when I'm about to be biased. But at the same time, I try to, most of the time speak from a real boxing fan's point of view. I don't get it right every time. I make a lot of mistakes, get some things wrong because I may have heard one piece of information and it might have changed by the time I'm having a discussion about that subject. Well, Terrence, hopefully, being he's a free agent right now, he can make. I know this. A lot of people said it's going to hurt him because he's, his battle legally is with Top Rank, but he also has a verbal battle with PVC. But I think at the end of the day, let me tell you something. Let me say this. A lot of people talk about he won't get deals with certain companies because of this. Let me tell you something. DJ Quick always said, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense. And I've always told you guys stories about what a brother out of Texas always told me and some other brothers that he was trying to school us on the difference between white and black as far as people. He said, when us brothers don't like each other, can't stand each other, we be jealous of one another, we won't sit down and do something that's going to help us both. You want to sit down together at the same table and agree to do something that's going to help us all out. We alienate each other. He always told us, white men, they would sit, they may hate each other, can't stand one another's guts, but they will sit down at the end of the day at the same table and make that dollar together. And I'm gonna tell you, that was one of the truest statements I ever heard in my life. And I'm gonna say this: when it come down to the sport of boxing, I don't care how much these promoters hate each other. I don't care how much these promoters hate a certain fighter. If it makes dollars, it's going to make sense to them because at the end of the day, it's about their financial statement. It's about the bottom line. I can't say it enough. And if Terence Crawford is in a situation where he's available to fight a certain fighter, and the fight against a certain fighter is a lucrative situation for everybody involved, for each fighter in all entities that are involved with making that fight happen. Guess what? They're going to make that fight happen. You know, it's got to be some deep-seated personal stuff deep down before you won't see something happen. But what we are, you know, for those of you saying this fight never happened, I'm not going to say that in spite of what Tim Smith said. I think Tim Smith was, you know, he might have been speaking whatever him and Heyman may have discussed, but I felt like he was speaking out of his butthole. But at the same time, when I think about it, it was a money move. Shout out to Cardi B. It was a money move. Let me tell you something. Same thing Bob did. He devalued his fighter. Tim Smith was devaluing that fight, which means he was devaluing their fighter as well. I don't care how you slice it, it still comes up peanuts. When you devalue that particular fight, your fighter can't fight by himself. He has to fight somebody. So you're devaluing both your fighter as well as the opponent. In that case, which Terence Crawford. But we all know if it makes dollars, then it makes sense. So all of you guys out there that feel like this won't happen or he screwed the pooch and all this kind of stuff, if somebody, some lucrative investor came to Bob Arum, who's been doing business in boxing for over 50 years, and some lucrative investor came to Al Heyman and PBC, sit down with them and explain to them the dynamics of how they can get a hell of an amount of money out of this opportunity. And they didn't have to put up their own money or a very small amount of it. And they're going to get X amount of dollars out of this opportunity. And they you know, they're going this investor going to come up with maybe 80 or 100 million. You best believe that fight is going to be made. The fighters are going to demand it if they hear something about it. And the parties involved were going to make things happen. And I ain't saying Bob Arum's going to be part of Terence Crawford and Errol Spence fight because that's not going to be the case. But what I am saying, if Terence was in a position where he's available and a lucrative investor got in the ear of Bob Arum or Al Heyman and explained to them they want Terence Crawford against XYZ fighter, and I'm going to give you this amount of money, you guys got to know this fight is going to be made. So don't get it twisted out here. At the end of the day, this is business. It's business. It is business. So I'm not gonna, you know, that's why I think I wish y'all really hear what I'm saying. You know, we gotta stop talking about the money and boxing and all that bull crap. We need to stop talking about it. That's what I want to say. We need to stop talking about it. But I know some of you guys can't help yourselves. You got to mention it. You're gonna stay on it because you can't let the narrative go. But now, after hearing all these things these last few days, you should understand that these are money moves about that fight. That the way Tim was speaking about it, and there's more money moves when Bob Arum was speaking negatively about Terence Crawford several months ago in an interview. Money moves. You either trying to protect something or you're trying to get something. You're either trying to protect what monies you have or you're trying to get more money. That's all there is to it. And if you see there's an opportunity to get more money, guess what? You're going to sell it. I wouldn't be surprised if Tim Smith came back out later on sometime, somebody come let him know that sack is available. I can't believe, I wouldn't be surprised if he came out and said, hey, no, these guys are a great fight. That's a big fight. That's a huge fight. Blah, blah, blah. He'll flip the whole script. seen something different because the powers that be that he worked for are going to tell him to. Or if they don't tell him to, somebody catch one of the media guys catch him at a fight and try to interview him, square up on him, and they ask him those questions. He'll change his tune quick, fast, and a hurry because he's on the executive side of the PPC. He understands business. Trust and believe. Let's stop getting caught up in these narratives and what we voicing our opinion when we haven't done all the research to know exactly what's going on. These guys, we thinking with the mindset of people who are used to getting hundreds or thousands of dollars, not multi-millions of dollars. I'm gonna tell you, man, that puts your mindset in a whole different spectrum. Not that I've been there because I haven't. I've just been on them thousands level. I haven't been on those millions level. If you ask me what a millionaire is thinking in his mind, I couldn't tell you. I've never been a millionaire. You ask me what a person with six figures is thinking in their mind, I can give you a little insight. That wouldn't be perfect because each individual is responsible for themselves and think differently. But I can give you a little bit of insight because I've been on that level. So that's my thoughts on this situation with Terrence. I'm glad Fred read the documents, allowed and with us, and gave some perspective on the case. I'm glad after he finished reading, his statement was that he don't feel that this is about racism. Because as he was reading that stuff, I was feeling the same way. This is just speaking on the characteristic of Top Rank and the patterns that they've showed in the past with a broad amount of fighters, as well as what Terrence experienced himself. And I'm gonna tell you something. I don't believe for one bit in my mind that Terrence went to this attorney and said, "I want to file a lawsuit against my promoter for racism." I don't think Terrence even went in with that thought process because don't forget some of his buddies are fighting over there. I think he went in with the mindset him and his team we're owed something and we want it. I think it was the attorney who said we got to paint the narrative about racism. Let me tell you something. When I fought my case, I didn't go in. I didn't say they were being racist. I said, I talked to my attorney. I would tell them, I'm owed this amount of money, this, that, and the third. This is my agreement, blah, blah, blah. This is what's happening on the job. And they said, they're being racist. These are white attorneys telling me that the white folks that I'm working for were being racist. And they went in with the fact to prove that my situation was a racist decision. So in Terrence's case, he wasn't going in. So we went in for discrimination because it's what my lawyers saw. Terrence and his team was not talking about discrimination so much as for, that's not what he's saying. He's talking about money that's due to him. But his lawyer, I think, wanted to paint the picture of that this is a black man who's fulfilled his contractual obligations, but he hadn't been given a fair shake. And they knowing that Top Rank has a history in the past of black fighters speaking out on the fact that they haven't always done fairly by them like they've done about other fighters of other ethnic backgrounds. That's my opinion. That's what I feel, and that's what I think. I could be wrong. That's my thoughts. Now look, right on 817. Let me tell you guys something. Let me tell you something. Well, let me say this. 817, you one of them brothers that I was speaking of when I said my brothers at the end of the day. You come out here, you push your issue, your narrative about, or your opinion rather. I ain't gonna say your narrative, I'm gonna say your opinion about the fighter that you like the most. But at the end of the conversation, even when we go back and forth, you always say, I know these fighters want to fight each other. And I know Terence is a good fighter, but I'm going with my guy. I respect that. And you one of the guys I was speaking about that I didn't call any names because there's a couple of others of you. You know that. But some of them out here ain't doing that. They out here just straight out, looking on the bottom of their feet to see if that dog doo-doo is on the bottom of their feet. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just want to give you a shout out, bro. I'm just not looking at the chat. But anyway, I gotta tell you guys, I'm on that highway where my phone get knocked up in a minute. Hopefully, down has not started snowing, and I can get them back, get back on the platform. Business. Now, D, I don't think they so much protecting the cash cow. Well, they may be trying to protect the cash cow in a sense, but I think they're more protecting themselves because they don't want to spend the money. Because I'm thinking after that 40 million that they just spent recently, the funds may be a little bit low. I think that's what it's about, and they're wanting somebody else to put the money up for this fight. That's what I believe, and that's because of the way Tim Smith is speaking. Yeah, attorneys can be blood sucking, and attorneys. Let me tell you something. Not that I've ever been a lawyer, but I've been around quite a few of them. Their thoughts is they're gonna go in, they're gonna paint the picture and make it as bad as they possibly can to the courts about your situation when you're going in to sue somebody. Their job is to paint the narrative and make it as worse as possible so they can show more that your damages that's been due to you are greater than what the the defendants that you're suing are wanting to be a part of repaying or paying, should I say. So the lawyers think like this. They think they want to win. They think about what they must do to win. They think about how they can get the biggest bag. They do they but we got a lot of things going on in boxing. That's about to happen this year. Breaking up. Okay, that's what I thought. I might be going down for the count, guys. But just in case you guys can't hear me, I'll keep talking until it's not wrong. Yeah, yeah, you know,
What's going on, Cento? Can you hear me? Cento! What's going on, Robert Brown? What's going on, Robert Brown? How you feeling, man? How you feeling?
A lot of folks jumped ship and went over to old Nash over there. That's where I was at just now. But I was just listening.
Okay.
You at work tonight, bro?
Heck yeah, man. They got me in a new area, man. So I'm a lot busier than I normally would be. That's why I ain't really been on here lately.
Yeah, okay.
Heck yeah, man. What you been up to though?
Shooting nothing much, man. This past, the other week, when I wasn't coming on a couple nights, we were snowed in up there in Nashville, and
Heck yeah.
and then I know a few nights Cal didn't go on at all, so miss him. And then but since then I've been jumping out here waiting. We were on here last night, and I think the night before. Y'all know we were on the night before too. Me and Pew shut it down about 8 something the next morning, Central Time. And yeah, been out here, man. Just roll. I'm here at my first stop now, and hadn't got out of the truck yet. Sitting there listening and chilling, and this Bud Crawford. I'm gonna tell you something, man. I was speaking on it earlier before I lost my connection. I'm proud of Bud, man. I like the way he moved about this. Yeah, I like the way because see when Bob was talking all that nonsense, that basically to me, in my opinion, he was devaluing Bud. And where's your duties to promote him? You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Promoting is selling and trying to make people understand, believe why you should watch my fighter, and pay to see him, But I think Bud did the right thing by, a lot of people upset with him because he don't speak to a lot of social media platforms, preferably black platforms.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of folks are upset with him, saying he ain't a real black man. All this. I mean, you don't get too much blacker than Bud. I mean, 97% of the folks around Bud are black people when they showing him in this, training, or when he's at his house where he trains at, the house away from home. He only has a few white guys, and he's got the Mexican trainer, and everybody else, man, is black. You don't get too much black. Now, what they don't like about Bud, outside of he don't get on these social media, or he might not, give too much play to black media. Bud is one of those cats that just don't say a whole lot. He moves how he moves. When you talking crazy to Bud, talking about what you're gonna do to him, Bud, you never seen on video Bud yelling and shouting. Bud just you might want to go on with that, man, before it get bad. You know what I'm saying? And once you see what he got to say, he done.
A lot of guys ain't rah guys, man. Like Errol Spence is also that type of guy. They're just not a rah guy.
They're not rah guys, man. They slow to speak and quick to hear. And guys don't understand it. And I was saying earlier, these guys making all these statements about I wouldn't have done this, I wouldn't have done this, but let me tell you something. We basing this on our personal life, on how we're living, and most of us are $1,000 heirs. These guys are millionaires. So their decisions are on a different level. They have to think on a different level. And let me tell you this also. When you're a poor person and you got an opportunity to make the life better for you and your family, you don't know, as long as you don't have to sell your soul, you don't know what you'll say yes to.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And some folks will even sell their soul. So I think Bud made a decision according to what was presented to him, what he felt was conducive for him to do at that moment for him and his family. And I don't have a problem with what he did. You know what I'm saying? I didn't agree with it, but I don't have a problem with it because, like I said, I don't know what I would have done if I'm sitting at the table. Somebody slide these papers over to me, tell me this is what you get as you do business with us right now. You know, I don't know because first of all, you know, it depends on all the conditions that come with the money and how soon I can get the money, how much money it is, all that stuff. You gotta make consideration the fact that you know being in that situation. So I'm not upset with Bud at all, man. I just you know yeah, did he make a bad decision staying with Top Rank? Perhaps you know would he have got
Yeah,
would he have
that's
earned this?
hindsight. That's hindsight
That's
though,
why
Cinco.
hindsight 20 is what I be telling everybody. And I'm gonna tell you, would he have earned the same money with PBC less or more? We don't know that because I'm gonna tell you something. Last time I checked, and I hadn't checked lately, but the last time I checked, the net worth for Bud was a little bit more than Earl Spence.
Yeah,
That was
and
the time I checked.
it's just this is where I'm at with it, right? It's just Bob Arum following his same playbook. If you notice, every major black fighter that he has coming up,
Right.
oh
Right.
God, they're the next Sugar Ray Leonard. They're the next Sugar Ray Leonard. They're so incredible. They should stay away from this guy. This guy's this guy's that.
Mm-hmm.
But by the time they made something of themselves and became multiple division champions, and they're starting to get their name out there, and by them getting their name out there and getting more and accomplishing more in their career, all of a sudden he can't sell a fight.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So it's just he's followed this same playbook over and over and over again, man, with black fighters. That's why I say I don't believe he's racist. I just believe he doesn't know how to promote black
That's
fighters.
it.
And
That's it.
I saw that
He's
firsthand. I saw that
yeah.
firsthand in October with the Shakur fight. Like, how are you putting on a card in a black city like Atlanta with two black fighters headlining, a bunch of fighters from the either from Georgia or from Atlanta, and half in the city don't even know the fight is going down.
Right. Right.
Like, that
I'm gonna
is
tell you.
his core. You think he would take Oscar Valdez and Navarrete to LA or Arizona or Vegas and the city not know that there's a fight going on?
Exactly. They
Either
probably
he
never
doesn't,
Latin radio.
either he doesn't value the black dollar, or he truly does not know what he's doing when it comes to promoting black fighters the way Floyd Mayweather said years ago.
There was a time when Bob Arum saying himself, on video that black fight fans, this has been many years ago, they don't support black fighters. And so I think he still feels and believes that, and to a certain degree, he has a case of what he said. I mean, he may be partially right in some cases about what he said, but not always, because we know, you and I, and we have witnessed some hellacious crowds that was very dark. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Absolutely.
So at the fight, so it's not always the case 100%, Bob. And what Fred said to him, that he may need to hire a black person, to help with the promotional stuff on the back end with fighters, black fighters and stuff like that. I could have swore, if I remember correctly, Bob was saying, yeah, we probably do need to get somebody, but I have to go back and look at that show, that's been within this past 2 years, but no, it's I don't think Bob is racist, like a bigoted racist. I think he's like, I'll do business with whomever because I know I can make money, but unless you show yourself to be a superstar from the beginning on a high level, because you can talk that talk like an Ali, He's not
Right.
going to put
Sugar
you out
Ray
there.
Leonard. Sugar Ray already had a fan base built in coming from the Olympics.
Yeah, he did. But Sugar Ray promoted himself too, though.
Yeah. He wasn't Sugar Ray's promoter. I hear a lot of people say that.
Yeah.
He was Sugar Ray Leonard's promoter. No, Sugar Ray Leonard just had a lawyer, and I didn't know that until I watched that documentary.
Right, and they did business with Bob, and they did business with Don King because they had the ties with the venues and the networks. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
This was different, but at the same time, I think Bob was accustomed to Ali doing what he did, and some other fighters they already had like we're speaking of Sugar Ray and some of these other fighters already had a following, when they get there as far as guys of color. But I've seen Bob, like, okay, Mayweather. He had Mayweather in the beginning. Had him in the beginning, and he had a high profile fighter. And he knew it, but at the same time, he didn't feel that fighter should be put on the same level of promotional marketing as De La Hoya.
Mm-hmm. Remember De La Hoya, Olympic gold medalist, and he was being billed as a heartthrob.
Exactly.
Even though I was younger, I remember that. I remember wasn't he in like Playgirl magazine and shit like that?
I don't know about Playgirl, but he was in some teen magazines and stuff like
that. Yeah, man. I remember how they were promoting Oscar. It was like Oscar was the one that men wanted to be and women wanted to be with. That's how they was promoting Oscar De La Hoya. And why couldn't I don't understand. Like, I don't really understand the business of boxing and why it's so hard to just like Bob Arum. Like, I don't pocket watch nobody, but I think it's fair to say, Bob, you've been in the game 50, 60 years, right? It's what's wrong with you taking a loss so your fighter can win?
At the end of the day,
at the end of the day, man, I get it. You're running a business, and businesses have to make money to keep going. But just think about the impact that that's going to have on a Keyshawn Davis, on a Shakur Stevenson, on a Xander Zayas when it's time to go. You think, I don't know who's in Xander Zayas' corner, and Jared Big Baby Anderson, you look at these guys when it comes time for them to start making that big money, that big pay-per-view, life-changing money, because like other professional athletes, your time to make that money is finite. Like you have a certain period of time in your life where you can make that big money. So you have to go for it. I don't blame any of these professional athletes asking for the money that they want. I don't care what sport it is, man. But I'm proud of Bud for putting his foot down. I'm really proud of him that he took the stance of not taking the stance, but that he waited until he was actually out of his contract. Because Bob could have shelved him for 2 years like he did Mike.
That was the smartest move, Bud.
That was the smartest thing he could have done was waited until he was out of his contract with Bob.
Think about this. Think about when Bob did that interview and he said those egregious things about Terence. And I call him egregious because Bob was supposed to be his promoter. All right.
Yeah, you're supposed to be on my side. How you down on me?
He's supposed to be representing Bud in a positive light. He's supposed to be selling them to peak his value and to get people to buy his price. But anyway, when Bob made those comments, the next day or two, Terence was interviewed on somebody's platform. I don't remember who it was. And they asked him about that. He said, "Man, Bob's just Bob. He just, but Terence was smart enough to not speak negatively about Bob because Bob can't use that against him again in this lawsuit. He can't. Terence don't have any video out there where he's speaking bad about Bob that I'm aware of. So all that played to his favor. And I don't know if you heard what I was saying earlier, but I was saying last night, I've been through a similar situation you know, and everybody was, it was on the job. Everybody was like, most of them were white because I was the only one, African American in management. Man, why you letting them do this? Why you letting them do this to you, man? I wouldn't be, man. You different, man. I wouldn't be going, man. I'd be going off. He gonna give me my money, this, that, and the third. Well, I'm from the hood, but I also been in some legal situations. I've been on the other side of the hood, and I understand that when you got hood problems, you take care of them the hood way. 9 times out of 10, you're gonna be all right. But when you got legal problems, business problems, you got to handle them the legal way, the professional way, or you'll never get what you do. I could have went to work every day, rah rah rah, ha ha ha. I need mine. I'm going off. I'm gonna break stuff or whatever. All it was gonna do is, if they had fired me for acting like that, guess what? I lost the job and not got my money that I was due. You can't handle things with irate ignorance. You got to be smarter. You got to play chess. And if it means that you got to do like Kendrick Lamar says, sit down, be humble, that's what you got to do. That don't mean you're selling out. Because while you plotting, strategizing, they over here making the bad moves and building your case stronger and stronger for you. And then next thing you know, when you pull the trigger on your lawsuit, they have nothing to use against you. When I did mine, they had nothing negative to use against me. Nothing. And it's
Absolutely.
just, you gotta be slow to speak and quick to hear, man. I mean, can't be out here just that. Let me tell you something.
Like I don't know how this is gonna play out in court, but just by Bob Arum, failing to promote him the proper way, like a lot of us boxing fans felt like he did, and saying the things that he said about Terence, that has to go into account, man. It has to. It has to. Like, you didn't try. Like, you cost me money. You really took money out of my pocket by trying to poison the whale, so to speak, with other fighters and with other promoters, and not letting me make the most money that I can make, while you just sitting on your hands telling me I'm going broke trying to promote you.
Right. And let me tell you, at the end of the day, a real ethical business person, Bob's so used to getting his way about everything. He's been around 50 years. He feel like he's the king of boxing right now because Don King.
He know how to play with that paperwork, and he know how to play around in court.
Right. But he said what he said because he felt like he can get away with it, and the fact that these things that he said, evidence is on video. Now,
you blocked my biggest payday. As my promoter, you blocked my biggest payday. You cost me money.
Two of them, Pacquiao and Earl.
More so Pacquiao than anything. Like, you can say, you could say, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I didn't go to law school, but it's like it could easily be said that he colluded with Manny Pacquiao to not give Bud that fight.
Well, I don't think he colluded with Manny Pacquiao because remember the first time before Manny Pacquiao left Top Rank, he wouldn't let that fight happen. Bud wanted to fight. Pacquiao was willing to fight, but Pacquiao wanted $20 million. And Bob, he was saying he didn't let that fight happen because he didn't want Pacquiao to get hurt. But really, he didn't want to give Pacquiao $20 million. Yeah,
that's
he
exactly
didn't want to give
what
Pacquiao $20 million. That's what the situation always comes down to money for him. Hey, Sir Aunt Bo, elaborate a little bit on what Bud said. You said Bud said a lot, so help me out on that because most of the videos I've ever seen Bud giving interviews on.
So, Bo, join the panel if you can. The link is in the chat.
Yeah.
Join the panel.
Yeah, join the panel. Most of the stuff I've heard Bud saying on video wasn't egregious against Bob Arum. that way,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So I think the attorney chose to go with showing a pattern of racism to lead into shape the narrative in the story of why these decisions, business decisions, and lack of money being paid to Terrence was the case. But the case at the end of the day, and the motive of what they're filing on is the fact that Terrence was not paid on just money that he was due, and he was also denied the opportunities to fight for some highlight fights that would have paid him more money. And I think that's what it
Correct.
is at the end of the day. So
And
he never
also
told.
precedent has its is going to affect this case too. Look at all of Bob's big time fighters, other than Timothy Bradley. Manny Pacquiao, I think Manny Pacquiao would let his contract run out and then he left. But
Mhm.
Miguel Cotto had to sue you. Mikey Garcia had to sue you. Who else had to sue Bob, man? Didn't Oscar have to sue him? Like, he's been sued so many times. Bud said he was very satisfied with his career, so he could retire today. Yeah. I remember when he said that. Said he's already a Hall of Fame. This is what he said. I remember that. He alluded to him already being a Hall of Famer, and he didn't need the Errol Spence fight, right?
Yeah, he said it several times, but that doesn't mean that he was satisfied with the business aspect of it. That just said he's satisfied with his accomplishments and his career.
He's satisfied with his accomplishments. That's
Yeah,
what he was
that
saying.
doesn't mean that he's satisfied with the business arrangement that he had with his promoter and the agreements that they had and the money that was missed. Um, but yeah, I know he said these things that you're saying. I'm not contradicting what you're saying. I'm contradicting. I don't know if you were meaning when you said Bud said a lot. I didn't know if you were meaning that Bud said some negative things that will hurt him in
Mm-hmm.
a court of law with this lawsuit that Bob Aaron could pull a video up on use as evidence against him. 'Cause I don't remember those times. Even after he announced that he would no longer be on Top Rank and he went on Porter's podcast. Earlier, I said that he didn't say much of anything after the guy said something about you missed out on about 75 million. But actually, he acknowledged, I missed a lot, and he said something to the fact that um, I lost my train of thought. Um, he said, his pay per view fights, that they're talking about that I wasn't doing well on. He said, shoot, it was on the app. He said that was already played for game right there. So I don't wouldn't be successful. He said, and a lot of people don't know how to, deal with apps. You know, and when he said that, I agree with him because if you never did it before, it takes some figuring. And if you're a boxing fan, that ain't the first thing on your mind. Messing with an app, then shooting it up to your television, all that kind of stuff, man. Because when that idea first, well, okay, when the zone first come out, and I was thinking about how they want us to do it, like, I didn't have apps on my old televisions. I said, man, I ain't doing all that bull crap. Mirroring my phone or my tablet up to the television. I wasn't caring about
Mm-hmm.
that bull crap. But now, your television have apps on them, and everything's a little different now.
Yeah, it's just that's just the way the world is going. Not just boxing, man. Even now, like for example, my wife and my kids and I, we went out to eat the other day, right? I'm not gonna say the restaurant, because I don't want nobody coming
Hey,
back at me or whatever.
hey,
But
hey, DJ, while you talking, I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna get this load out of the truck.
yeah,
Okay. All right, go ahead.
but my wife and kids and I, we all went to a restaurant the other day. And they don't even bring you physical. They don't even bring you physical menus anymore. You have to use the QR code or scan the menu on the table. They give you like a little QR code on the table for you to scan. They don't even bring you menus anymore. Now that might be partially COVID, partially because of COVID, and they don't want to spread anything. But that's also just the way the world is going. You look at the Zone. The Zone is an app, and that's where half the promoters in boxing, or half the big time promoters in boxing, quote unquote, do their business. Matchroom does business with the Zone. Like, this is Canelo's first fight off of the zone since what, 2015, I want to say? You know, well, where did he fight? He fought Triple G on HBO. So 2017, I want to say. He's been on an app for like the past 3 or 4 years before coming back to TV. So that's just the way the world is going. Now, it's unfortunate that, you know, it's unfortunate, but it's the reality. A lot of people in this country still don't know how to use the apps. And that's cool because they felt like they haven't needed it. But that's just the way sports and entertainment is going. Everybody lives on their phones now. So everybody's just, you know, either it's their phone, their MacBook, tablet, whatever you got. That's just where people live now. And that's just the way the world is going. So I understand what Terence was saying. He felt like it could have gotten more views or more buys had it been on ESPN, had it been on regular ESPN. But if you wanted it on pay-per-view, that's the way the ESPN does their pay-per-view. It has to be on the app. It has to be on ESPN Plus. Now, like I said, that's unfortunate, but that's just the reality of the situation. But I'm happy Terence Crawford is suing Bob Arum. I hope he gets his money. I'm a big fan of these professional athletes getting all their money, man, because they dedicate their lives to the sport. But I also want to see him keep working. You know what I mean? Don't take 2 years, don't take a year, 2 years off your career, you know, chasing the bag. And that's easy for me to say as a fan, or as old Nitwit was saying last night, as an enthusiast. You know what I mean? It's easy for us to sit back and say that when this is not how we feed our kids. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I don't know how many kids Bud has, but he has a family that he has to support, man. So I'm all for these guys getting the most money that they can. That's just big old 581. That's just the business of boxing, man. That's sports, period. A lot of these owners or promoters or, you know what I mean, general managers or whatever, that's just the way they act, man. It's whatever they can whenever they can find a way to not pay you what you're worth, they're gonna try to do it. Like I'm a football guy at heart, man. I pay attention to the NFL, right? And I pay attention, you know, not without pocket watching, but I pay attention to how, you know, the Cowboys treated Dak Prescott a couple years ago. Now, everybody knows I hate the Cowboys, go Birds. But I watched Dak Prescott have, you know, 4 solid years on his contract. He played his entire contract out. Had 4 solid years, won the division twice, was a top seed in the playoffs a couple times. But yet Jerry Jones didn't want to pay him, or he had a certain number that he wanted to pay him, and Dak Prescott felt like he was worth more than that. Now, me being a fan, I don't care. I don't even care if it's my team. Pay him. Give it to him. It ain't my money. Give it to him. Whatever gets him to sign on the dotted line and keeps him playing for my team, if that's what he wants, give it to him. Because when it's all said and done, I want every professional athlete to get what they were worth. If that guy is big old 581, I wasn't gonna say it. It was them, and there was another restaurant as well, but I wasn't gonna say it because I don't know who's listening out here, and you know, I don't want to get in trouble, so I wasn't gonna say the name of it. But yeah, it was them. Damn, I forgot what I was saying. But anywho, yeah, man, I just want these guys to get the most money that they can, man. And if Bud got to go to court to get his money, then so be it. But I think it's time for HBO to come back. Just get rid of Jim Lampley. I thought Jim Lampley. The older I got, I saw the biased commentary coming from him and coming from. I saw it from Larry Merchant a long time ago because my granddaddy, God rest his soul, he saw it and he understood it. That's who got me hooked on the boxing. But I saw his biased commentary, like even when Floyd cussed him out, I felt that. He was like, "You never gave me a fair shake. You never give me a fair shake." Even when he's clearly dominating the guy, Larry Merchant would find something negative to say about Floyd. You know what I mean? So I understood when Floyd went off on him. I was glad Floyd didn't hit him. But I was more than happy that he cussed him out. But yeah, I think it's time to bring back HBO boxing. I think Clarissa Shields was the very last fight on HBO boxing. Like Boxing After Dark used to be the absolute shit. I loved Boxing After Dark, man. That's why I saw a lot of these fighters come up. Saw Felix Trinidad, Bernard Hopkins, James Toney. Who else did I see come up, man? Winky Wright, Antonio Tarver, Roy Jones. I mean, a lot of those great. Paulie Malignaggi. The first time I saw Paulie Malignaggi was when he had the spiked hair, and when he got the absolute shit beat out of him by Amir Khan. I think Amir Khan stopped him in like the 10th or 11th round, and that was the first. I had no idea who Amir Khan was before he beat the absolute dog shit out of Paulie Malignaggi. Who else? Jermaine Bad Intentions Taylor, man. I saw him on there. I saw Andre Ward on Boxing After Dark. Floyd should have sued HBO because of Merchant or All Money in. I'm not sure I understood your question. In my opinion, fighters have to take their own promotion in their hand. It's a lot easier now to promote yourself. Yeah, with social media, it is a lot easier to promote yourself now than it used to be. But, after so long, how are you gonna my thing with that is these promoters have these networks and these streaming sites locked up. Where are you gonna broadcast your fights? We've already seen that, like, Triller doesn't know what they're doing. Are you gonna go to Instagram and hopefully get Instagram to live broadcast your fights like they do the versus battles? I mean,
right. Yeah,
that's my issue. That's my only issue with fighters.
Yeah,
taking
I second what you say.
How would you broadcast your fights? How would you get it to the consumer like myself? I don't mind paying for fights. Like I'm also a big MMA guy. I don't mind paying for fights, even if the fights I want to see. If the card is stacked, I'm getting 2 and 3 title fights on a lot of these UFC cards or a Bellator card. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting Bellator. In Bellator, I'm getting tournaments. I love watching Bellator's tournaments. So, it just. But the thing is, how would you get your product out? If a fighter was to start their own promotion, independent of any of these big time promotional companies, or a TV series like Premier Boxing Champions bills themselves to be, how would you get your product out there without the help of Fox or Showtime or ESPN or NBC or CBS or ABC, whatever? Whichever one of these Disney or Viacom companies ain't owned by the promotional, ain't in partnership with these boxing promoters. But Sento, I gotta step out, man. I gotta get back at it. You want to keep going? You want to keep going, or want me to shut it down?
No, I'll text you. I'll text you if it's shut down. But yeah, I'll speak. Some guys are still here in the chat, man, and I understand. Hanging around. You don't want it to end. If you work a third shift or whatever, if you're going to be awake or whatever. So I totally understand. Now we'll keep some conversation going, and whatever you guys want to talk about, just put it in the chat, and we'll speak on it. But yeah, Uh, um, but yeah, what DJ was saying, unfortunately, these promoters have the ties with the networks as well as the venues, and so that's why they're going to be around for a while. And knowing how Sugar Ray Leonard was moving around with his career with an attorney and locking in, doing partnering with some promotional companies occasionally to put his fights together because they had the venues. So it happens, Plus, the promoters had the ties with these certain entities for closed circuit and stuff like that. So that was extra. That was like the closed circuit was the pay per view of yesterday. That's how fighters got big money. Pay per view style back in the day is closed circuit. So now I'm gonna tell you something. You know what? That Rick Glazer said something the other night that he could he if he put a fight on, he know how to prevent people stealing it by streaming his fights. He said he'd just go with the closed circuit um, footprint. And hey, he's right. Now I tell you what though. Well, I don't know how the closed circuit money work. But um, I don't know if the closed circuit gets you as many eyes, sorry, as people watching it in their homes. But you will get some eyes if that's the only way people can watch fights, like myself. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna move how we move to get our high. So just keeping it real. But yeah, this is an unfortunate situation that lucrative fighter like Terence Crawford and a high profile promotional company like Top Rank. Uh, it's a sad moment to have to see them battling in the court for you know monies. Basically, is what it boils down to. But at the same time, I'm always rooting for the fighters because traditionally promoters have not always done right by fighters. So it is what it is. Godspeed, Terrence. Get what's due to you, my brother. That's what I'm gonna say about that. I was speaking about. Let me say because it does not seem like there is much. I'm gonna be honest with you. Uh, Silver Straight. I think I said I was gonna call you Sylvester, man. Um, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. I ain't really caring who you gonna fight because 1 week is this person, next week is no person, the week out there's another person. I'm really not tripping about who he's gonna fight because at the end of the day, Canelo can move how he pleases, and it's allowed and questionable if he earned it. I'm not gonna say he didn't earn to be able to move any way he wants to, because I know what he's been accused of. Well, I ain't gonna say what he's been accused of. What he was found guilty of. Performance enhancement. I don't like fighters that use performance enhancement, but at the end of the day, I am a fight fan, and this guy has not. He has actual talent. And he's a good fighter, so I'm not gonna rant on his parade about that as much. I'm not gonna cloud one one thing what he did that I don't agree with his true abilities because I don't know if he's used them over his career or what, but I know he's been darn good throughout his career. So, but I'm not really concerned with who he's fighting next. I mean, it is what it is. When he chooses that person, we'll see. Now, I mean, I would like to see him fight a Benavidez, or if he's gonna go up to 175, I'd like to see him fight Ramirez. Guys like that. But other than that, man, I ain't tripping. You know, I wouldn't be sad about a Charlo fight. Wouldn't be sad. I would like to see that. Matter of fact, but after seeing what I saw, unless Charlo can hit him and hurt him and make Canelo respect him to a different level, like like these other fighters hadn't been able to do, I see Charlo losing that to Canelo as well. But maybe Charlo can hit him, hurt him on a different level. At that point, we'll see a different fight. So it is what it is. Hey, big O 581. Just hang on when DJ comes back from doing what he's doing. You'll be able to get on. He had put the link in there, man. The link he put it. He put. Let me. I should have copied and pasted. Let me see. Let me see if I can find that link. Because when he came through to put me back on, he put the link out here. Yeah, that is. Copy. Mm-hmm. See. There we go. All right, I'm back. But yeah, man. I'll send him a text in a minute, man, because I know he had to go do something. Charlo can do work at 68 or 75. He's timid. He's timid though. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, He's not as aggressive as his brother. And Rick Glazer said his brother has the balls and he doesn't. So did you see Fred's interview with Glazer? Yeah. Yeah, I saw it. That's what I was referring to. I heard he was disrespectful. Well, I didn't see the entirety of the interview, but what I'm thinking, what some people are referring to as him being disrespectful, is probably when he was before I got on there. He was talking some point in the time in his interview. He said some negative things I heard about the LDBC. That's his opinion. Um, and then he was speaking not so favorably for about Devin Haney. Of course, Bill, he came. He was on the barbershop, and him and Bill went at it, a little bit. So maybe that's what they're talking about. But other than that, I just saw him being outside of him and Bill going back and forth. I saw a man who was speaking what he felt was his truth about what he knew about boxing and the business thereof, and he wasn't backing off of it. So, but at the end of the day, it was a fun. It was a fun show. It was an informative show, and I think you should go check it out, man. I mean, it was cool. Yeah. Did anybody know anything about the opponent that what's Joe Smith is fighting this weekend? Because I don't, man. I haven't been able to keep up with anything after work. Anybody know anything about it? I'm wondering. This guy's the truth. Oh, wait a minute. I think on Fred they said it's one of Coach Cunningham's fighters. It's a guy that he's training. I don't know the kid's name, but so he might have a little heart. You know, Joe Smith definitely has heart. He's not the most technical boxer I like to see, but he definitely has heart, and he will give you a run for your money. You know, gotta beat him. You have to beat him. If not, he's gonna do his best to beat you. If Joe got knockout power, I wouldn't want Joe Smith and Canelo to fight. I wouldn't want to see that fight because the Joe got knockout power, but Canelo, I had never seen Canelo seriously hurt. And Canelo definitely has better skills than Joe. But yeah, man, I think I'm no attorney, but I feel in my heart, that Terence has a winnable case. But guess what? What I feel in my heart is not in the law books. What I feel in my heart is my biased, opinionated thoughts. Keeping it 100, keeping it real. Eating me an apple right now. I gotta find me a place to put some fuel in my truck. That would have been a good place, but they closed. They are closed. So earlier I was speaking on a lot of people were saying something about Terence Crawford let his friends sign up with Top Rank, and I started off with the fact that Terence signed with Top Rank because he's a man. He made his own decision even after Mayweather had spoke with him. But he looked at the situation that was presented in front of him, thought about his financial situation, his family, and what he wanted to do in life for his family, for the future. So he chose to go with the deal. I'm not knocking the man for that. You gotta do what you gotta do. But when it comes down to those younger guys that just sign up with Top Rank, I'm sure they respect Terence. They love Terence. But at the end of the day, I think they made their own decisions. And I'm sure Terence wasn't telling them to sign up with Top Rank or not to sign up with him. I think he stayed neutral, being that he went with this lawsuit, because I'm sure he been working on getting this lawsuit together. Because one thing I know, you don't go to an attorney's office today and have consultation and being filed. Court documents come out the next day. That's not how it works. I bet anything these attorneys wanted to make sure they had the information correct. So when they do file this motion to go to sue Top Rank, knowing that Top Rank gonna come out with some high power attorneys, they use attorneys for Bud Crawford wanted to make sure they had dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's and everything was, well cohesive for presentation, so they can present a strong case. I don't think they went in with the intentions and the thought process of I'm gonna go in and try to win this case. I'm going. You know, the good attorneys go in and say, "Hey, oh, this is winnable. I'm gonna win this." And a lot of attorneys won't even file motions unless they know they can win. They ain't trying to go in no frivolous. A lot of them don't want to go in with a frivolous lawsuit. They don't want to look bad just by they're gonna get some attorney fees and stuff. They want to win. That's when they really get paid. If attorneys only did, if they only practice law because of attorney fees, shoot, you wouldn't have it's nowhere near as many attorneys as we have now out there in the open space. But I think let's see how this situation goes. And those young men that just signed up with Top Rank, they see an opportunity to help take care of their families. I don't know any young man or any young woman who grew up in a family that they loved beyond all measure, but they came up in a poor environment that doesn't want to take care of their families as whenever the first opportunity presents itself. Kiss my leg, man. I'm mad at something. I dropped my apple. It's too filthy on the floor in my truck to eat it. Oh, you know what though? I'm gonna save. I can pour some water on it. Shit, I ain't giving up my stuff, man. I got to have my apple. Them juicy good. You understand me? Juicy apple. That's why I'm slurping and biting on it the way I'm doing. But yeah, man. So I don't like that fight, sir. I don't like that fight for Joe Smith, the Canelo fight. I don't like it for Joe Smith because now if Joe could hurt him and earn, just like I said about Charlie, he could earn Canelo's respect early, it'd be an interesting fight. But I don't think I don't see Canelo having any fear for any of these guys after he walked through Sergio the way he did, even though Sergio was not in the best injury free situation when they fought that fight. But you know, Sergio, got outboxed, got caught, basically. Canelo's a slick fighter. I mean, he ain't slick like black slick, like, but he's slick. He's smart. He don't waste punches. Got one of the hardest chins I've seen, and he's got the world's greatest confidence right now as a fighter. So I don't know about all that. Man, you know what? My blood pressure's been low and been doing, it's been average and low or whatever. It's been good. And I haven't been taking my medication since early November. And I'm due to go to my next doctor's appointment Monday. And I was hoping have great news to let them know, that I would get a low blood pressure reading like I did last time. And then I could let them know I hadn't had any medication since early November. But the way I'm feeling tonight, I'm feeling a little tingling. And I'm thinking blood pressure may be up right now. Maybe. I could be wrong. But it may be up right now. But I'm going to check it tomorrow when I get home. See what we're feeling like, looking like. See what the rates are. But yeah, I've been doing great, man. if my body's gonna fail me before I get there on the 17th, I'm gonna be upset because I thought I was turning the corner to where I could get off this blood pressure medication. They get a little they be getting a little upset when I tell them I had to take my blood pressure in a while. But see, last time I went to the doctor, I had a low rate, the, the lowest one I've had in 2 years, and it was low to the point where they was proud. You know, they're like, "Oh, your blood pressure is down. That's great." I said, "Yeah, guess what? I hadn't had my medication in about a week." They said, "Really?" I said, "Yeah." And see, from the results of my annual, which which I did last July, when I was at the doctor's in October, they were going over my reports from my annual report, and they said, "Shelton, you don't have to take your if you want, you don't have to take your cholesterol medication anymore, and you don't have to continue taking your vitamin D. Everything is where it needs to be. You're doing great, and today you got a low blood pressure rate." So I felt like I was turning the corner and doing well, but I've had some um, issues at the home front this week that I'm not proud of, and no physical fighting, nothing like that. But my wife and I, we're okay verbally. We're speaking, we cool, but we had a heated discussion Monday afternoon about us, so that may be bothering me a little bit. I don't know, but I hadn't been upset about it. It's just it's a little disappointing in her response to some things, but other than that, it is what it is. So I'm wondering if that's affecting my blood pressure, which that's basically a little level of stress. And I've been trying to, keep stress out of my life for this past year and a half or 2 years. For these last 2 years, I've been trying to keep stress out of my life because my immediate family members, they do a pretty good job. They were 2018, 2019. They were doing a pretty good job worrying the death out of me. That's when I got diagnosed with high blood pressure too, and it's right after losing both of my parents in the year of 2018. So I've had a few little traumatic situations happen. So I was hoping that it was just stress that was causing me to have these higher blood pressure rates because I never experienced them before 2019. Never had an issue with it, and now all of a sudden, I go to the doctor in 2019, and I don't before I go to the doctor. Several months I'm back in the gym. I'm working out real good. And I trim up, I'm eating good, eating healthy. Get to the doctor's office just to hear that I have a high blood pressure rate. Man, it just disgusted me. And so for the next few months, they got me monitoring my blood pressure. Then I come back and blood pressure's really up because it's always kind of spiked when I'm on my way to the doctor. So I try to play little sight games with myself on the way to the doctor's office and not think about my blood pressure rate. And that's what worked, I think, the last time where it was low. Well, in the past, it's always been up when I get there. And no matter how calm I feel like I am, or how positive I'm thinking or whatever, and trying to avoid that, but got a feeling, this body of mine is starting to trick me, and it's disappointing to say the least. Because I'm trying to get off medication, man. I don't want to be on medication the rest of my life. It's hard for me to imagine that I have to depend on something to stay alive, a substance that is. But it may end up being what it is. We'll see how the good fight goes. But I did get a little excitement last week. I went to do my my medical exam, which lets them know if I'm fit to drive trucks out here on the road. Um, I passed my my exam, enough to not have to go back for 2 years, which is the maximum amount of time you can wait in between to get your medical card. 2 years at a time. I mean, every other 2 years, or every other year, or whatever. But shoot, I've also had vehicles that were old school, not old school, but older vehicles. Man, I'm not. That ain't even what I was talking about. My bad. I'm sorry, y'all. Must have got one of my little sleep trances. My eyes are wide open, but I think my mind shut down for a minute. But anyway, um, y'all just pray for me. I'm praying for myself as well to have some decent results because yeah, man, it would be lovely if I could hear the words that okay, we're gonna take you off this medication. I don't think they'll do it just all of a sudden. They probably try to reduce me my milligrams because they started me off with 5 milligrams. Well, that's originally what they wanted to put me on, but then they put me on 10 milligrams because they couldn't get a 5 milligram. Now I'm on 20 milligrams. I don't like that personally. I ain't on none of it right now. I'm on joy from talking to you guys and gals here at the boxing section. Other than that, I'm good to go like Rodney O. Yeah. But I tell you this boxing thing, man. Terence Crawford has lit up if he's never been known before, he should be known now. He has lit up the internet with this situation. There you go, Bob. He's promoting himself, man. Just the way you want him in social media. It's I feel like both of these guys have been played by the business of boxing, Terrence and Earl Spence. One probably more than the other, and it is what it is. Yeah, I'm on my way to my second destination. It's my second destination. 9 times out of 10 is always, they get medical supplies and I only have this one tote for them. I just thought about that. Something got some weight on for a little tote, but it is what it is. Brother's gonna work it out. As soon as I get to my destination, I gotta run some water. I hate to because I hate wasting my water. I love my water. I gotta run some water on my apple. I love my apple too. Dig what I'm saying? So get down this street here. Now pull in. You run that water over my apple, knocking off that grit that might have got on it from me knocking it out of my hand with my other hand. It fell on the floor. You did. You feel me? You feel me? Mm-mm-mm. Let's see what y'all say out here. See Rob B has come over. The Terence Crawford situation. Is this about the money? Yeah, it's about not the money of that particular fight, but it's about the money, some monies that's owed to Terence Crawford. It's from Top Rank, and I'm assuming the Top Rank is fighting the idea that they owe the money to him. I don't know that for certain. That's what my assumption is. Knock some of this. See what I can do here. Don't mind me asking, what is your belief? He's talking to sir. Okay. Every boxer getting played by the biz of boxing, bro. Yep. I agree with you, sir. Like the Bible says, if you don't work, you don't eat. Yeah, that's true. If you don't work, you don't eat. But it has not been a lack of working on Terence Crawford's behalf. He's definitely been working. He may not have been fighting the fights that we would love to see him fight, but he's been working. He's been fighting. He hadn't had as many fights as he probably want to have. May not have had that 2-3 a year like we would like to see him with, but the man has been working. He's been fighting. He's fought everybody they put in front of him. So far, I don't know if it's a bad matchup or not. You know what I'm saying? He's done his part, in my opinion. I don't see what he's done wrong. Man, that's water. Those are a few ounces I could have kept right there. I love my water. That's all I do. I eat my fruit. I eat my trail mix, and sometimes leave a two of Ritz crackers. And yeah, we're back in business. Let me see when the private jet. And sometimes, okay, let me see if I can raise DJ up, bro. You put that back there a while ago, my bad. Just bear with me. All right, just hang a little bit long, big 508, big old 508. He's I just sent him a text, and if we hadn't heard from him in like 5 minutes, I'm gonna call him. He's working, so he's checking in with us over here from time to time. Okay, just bear with the brother. Yeah. Save my apple. Yeah, any of you guys want to get on this panel? I put a link in a few minutes ago, and if you don't see it, let me know. I'll put the link back in. But you want to hang out backstage if you can. So when DJ comes over,
Yeah, somebody trying to get on? Anybody trying to get on?
yeah. Hey, there you go. DJ's ready for you. Big old 581. Come on in, bro. He was backstage, but he's still in the chat. But he was backstage. Hey, Rob B, trying to get on, bro? Anybody trying? What about the New Testament, man? What y'all switched over to the Bible moment, man? Bible led me to think I'm aware of Bible written by pagans, but okay, I hear what you're saying. I mean, New Testament. But anyway, if anybody's trying to get on, this is the opportunity at this moment. I'm gonna put the link back in there just in case. No, I know access. I'm trying to get on. Oh, you're not trying to get on, Rob B. You don't have access. Las Vegas, Leon. What up? What it do, big homie? So I would beam in if my girl wasn't asleep. I feel you. I feel you. Respect. I believe Genesis to Revelation the truth. Hey, big old 581. You getting on, bro? What? DJ's on the job, man. He gotta know so he can. He gotta know if you're trying to get on now so he can get back to work. The link is in the chat. Shalom. Hey, I don't know if Sir's still here or not. Sir, if you're still here, you're in that conversation. Are you trying to get on tonight, sir? Rob B said my cell phone is broken, no camera. You don't need a camera, bro. You just need to be able to see the screen. Worst case scenario, but you don't need a camera. They got if you got a little icon on your YouTube, it'll put an icon up for you. Like mine, I got a little avatar icon, whatever you want to call it. I'm just saying. Anyway, I gotta get this deal out the back here. Put in this. You know what? I'm gonna put my hat on. It's a little chill out here. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, put my skull cap on. Look cool. It's about 30 degrees where I'm at. Not tonight. Working that 24/7 boss life. Everybody want. Shoot, I'm working too, man, but I'm driving. Fig. What did you think of Glacier overall? Hey, big old 581. What you gonna do, bro? You getting on or you not? We can talk. I mean, if you want to get on, and we can talk verbally about the Glacier situation. But what I heard from Glazer and the part of the interviews I saw, I thought it was pretty entertaining and pretty informational, or informative. Yeah, I think it was a good show last night. You know when Fred's on this game,
I enjoyed. I thoroughly enjoyed Bill Haney checking his ass.
Yeah, me too.
Because that cornbread
came on that too.
That cornbread and fucking Black Eyed Peas comment. Like, man, hold on, what the fuck?
I missed that. I missed that.
Oh,
DJ.
You didn't.
Early. That must be before I got there.
I don't know exactly when it was, but he said some dumb shit. Like he said something about I eat cornbread and Black Eyed Peas 3 times a week, and some dumb shit around that, man. I can't remember exactly what he said. I don't want to misquote it.
He was trying to say he had something in common with us, huh? We don't eat cornbread and Black Eyed Peas 3 times.
Man, listen. When I got on last night, I was so ready to cuss him out, man. I was like, man, what the hell wrong with you, man?
Yeah, I could tell when you first got on there, but then you kept it professional.
Yeah, I didn't want to get on there and just show my ass, even though I wanted to. Yeah. Like, man, you got some nerve, bro. Like, you got some nerve, man. I don't, like, man, what the hell wrong with you, dog? Like, So, hey, do you eat chicken and watermelon too? What about grape soda? You like that?
Yeah.
I started to come on there and be a smart ass, but he, I got distracted when he said, I just, anytime somebody down Deontay Wilder, I feel a certain way. So,
Yeah.
if you want to say Fury knocked him out, cool, whatever. But when everybody started, talking about, oh, Fury was a cherry pick going wrong. Fury was cherry pick going wrong.
On that one. Totally.
Like, man,
you know what?
Man.
You came in and straightened that joint up real nicely, though. And you brought up the fact that Fury was the one that called Deontay out years ago. And I like that.
No, Cinto, nobody remembers that. Nobody remembers that for some reason. I forgot who Deontay Wilder just knocked out. I think it was after that. I think it was after that Spilker. It might have been Spilker.
It was. You know what? Because he put him
I think it was the Spilker fight.
Yeah. I think it's right.
Yeah, Tyson Fury hopped off. Yeah. What about that Deontay?
He was on that cocaine that night too, boy.
I was just about to say that. I was like, he was coked up out his mind, man.
Yeah, he was on that cocaine.
He was like, hey, Deontay Wilder, hey, I don't play this.
Mm-hmm.
I loved it.
Yeah.
But my guy fought. He lost. It is what it is, man. Like when people start trying to attack his resume and shit, like.
Yeah, they be killing me with that, man. That's why I told the guys last night. I said you got it said that sucked when you lose your password. How you get in a minute ago? How you get backstage a minute ago? Big old 581. But anyway,
Rob B, it's not letting me add you, Rod B. It's saying you authenticated with YouTube, but it's not letting me add you to the screen.
You know what it is? He says camera's broken on his phone. I didn't know that wouldn't.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's probably what it is.
It's not letting me add him in.
And Rob B said he's having troubles finding his password.
Yeah. Damn, man. I was going to let you in, too. Damn.
So that's why. Okay, that's why Big old 581 said it sucks when you lose your password.
Yeah. No microphone.
No
Did you hit allow? Did you hit allow when it said no? When it said you allow access to the camera and microphone? But anywho.
Okay.
Yeah.
Man.
Man. See, people don't remember certain shit, man. They just have this. They have very short memory.
Limited.
It seems like the older something is, the better I remember.
Right.
Like to me, that was answering a call out when he didn't have to.
See the fans that the one thing that kills me when it comes down to people that don't care for Wilder, they'll talk about his resume and then they'll talk about how the first thing they won't say he ducked AJ, which is the biggest lie that could ever be told in the heavyweight boxing division.
Yeah, man. Everybody,
they
if
lose
you
their
paid
memory
attention,
about that 50 million.
If you paid attention, man, Eddie Hearn wanted no part of that fight. Why in the hell, and you got to think about it from his point of view, right? Why in the hell would I send my chinny fighter halfway across the world to get knocked out?
Well, that's part of it too. But the biggest reason Eddie Hearn talked AJ out of taking that fight, I said taking that 50 million minimum, because Eddie Hearn didn't want to lose control of the promotions. He wanted to be the head promoter of that fight. He didn't want to give up control.
And I'm real careful with my words by saying Eddie Hearn, because I think AJ wanted that fight. I truly believe
he did.
I truly believe Anthony Joshua wanted that fight.
And when Wilder contacted him and said, "I got the 50 million," he said, "Let's roll. Let's roll."
And you got naysayers. Saying, "Now hold on, Cinto. You got naysayers saying that 50 million wasn't verified and all this other type shit.
Yeah,
right?
that's why I'm saying. That's why I was saying. That's why the fight didn't happen because Eddie Hearn didn't want to lose control of the promotion. So he come up with a story that he can't verify the 50 million. Well, everybody else knew the 50 million was real. He ain't got no problem trying to do business with Al Heyman now, but he had a problem then. And see, that's why he got squeezed out of that Canelo deal. You know, people, he was cool because that's what Canelo wanted, and Canelo wasn't contractually obligated and bound to the zone or anything like that or matchroom. He's more like an advisor, but he didn't have anything to do with directly with the negotiation. Now he probably gave Canelo some advice on how to negotiate, but he didn't get to do the negotiations himself directly. Yeah, he talked AJ out of that fight, man. Talked him smooth out of that fight. Which in essence, we didn't get the fight.
And Santos, after Fury knocked Wilder out that second fight, I said then, I was like, this is gonna be another Riddick Bowe Lennox Lewis situation. We ain't getting that fight.
Mm-hmm.
We ain't getting that fight. We ain't getting that fight, man. Because Wilder, my guy Wilder's already admitted, like, I've accomplished everything I want to accomplish. You know, I had 10 title defenses. I was a heavyweight champion of the world. You know, after only boxing, what was it? 14, 15 years or something like that total.
Mm-hmm.
I was a heavyweight champion of the world. I made a ton of money. I'm cool. Once somebody starts talking like that, I don't care what sport it is. Once somebody starts talking like that, especially in combat sports, it's probably safe to go ahead and retire. Now personally, as a fan, I want to see him peel back Dillian White's skull before he retires.
Absolutely.
I want to see him absolutely ice Dillian White. I can't stand Dillian White. I don't know the man, and I can't stand him.
You know what? I think I want to see that more than him and AJ.
Absolutely. Him and AJ ain't happening because AJ want his run back with Usyk, which he's contractually entitled to, right?
Right.
He want his run back with Usyk. Fine. I have no problem with that because I had no problem with Deontay Wilder getting his contractually obligated rematch, right?
Absolutely.
So if he chooses to take that run back, fine. That's cool with me. That just lets me know that fight's not happening. I think Deontay's got one more fight left in him. After that, it's over with. But if he's already thinking about retiring, I want the good brother to go ahead and retire.
Me too.
Don't get in there.
Get hurt. Don't get in there.
You know what I'm saying? In the seventh, eighth round, like Manny Pacquiao did in the seventh, eighth round, and be like, "What the fuck am I doing in here?"
Yeah. Now I would love to see him take another fight and he go out a winner. But at the same time, him losing this last fight, if he retired now, to me it still wouldn't look bad because it wasn't like he was over the hill and he kept coming back for punishment, like some fighters we know that should have retired and stopped fighting. But yeah, when the fighter starts talking like that, man,
they keep pumping up Chisora. Chisora just got beat by Joseph Parker again, man. I've been hearing Andrew Ruiz. That's a cool fight. That'll be a good fight, I believe, between him and Wilder. But I want to see Dillian White. I want to see Wilder because Dillian White is under the impression that Deontay Wilder ducked him. And you got some fans out here who are actually going with that rhetoric. So I want him to peel Dillian White's scalp back. The same Dillian White who tested positive. I think it was twice, and who's been absolutely didn't Quebec get icing. So I mean, what are we talking about here? I want Deontay Wilder to get that scalp on his wall before he walks out. Before he walks out the sport. So with that being said, so I gotta go again, man. Tim for the pick up again.
Okay, bro. All right.
Yeah, this. I don't like this. Old buddy need to come back from the virus, man. He needs to come back, get his area back.
I know that's right.
Yeah, we got like 5 people out with the virus, dog. So I'm having to pull double duty and shit, you know. So that's why I ain't been able to, like I said earlier, that's why I ain't been able to sit down and talk like. But I mean, this shit is crazy here, man. Yeah, I'm a bag off, man. And, yeah, I'd say I don't think anybody's coming home. So.
Yeah, they ain't doing them.
All right. So.
All right. Darn, I'm about to run that. Shoot. Sorry. Slow down. Yeah. You know, all these promotional companies, when it comes down to putting fights together, they all pretty much got a similar format. Take care of the house first is the format. Then they get with outside fighters coming in to fight their fighters. Secondly, well, like I said, if the money presents itself, we'll get the Crawford and Earl fight. Well, that's providing that Earl gets past Ugas. But if Earl doesn't get past Ugas, the money never presents itself, we don't get the fight. That's the way it is. That's just the way it is. You'll never be the same. Just the way it is. Oh, yeah. So who you got in this Barrio Thurman fight? Well, you know, my boxing mind tells me that Thurman should win that fight. But I don't put it past. I wouldn't be surprised if Barrios made a close fight and possibly hurt him. If Barrios hurt him, they probably get him out of there. So you know, Josecito hurt him a few years ago. You know, he came up from the lighter weight divisions, and so never know what could happen. It depends on where Thurman's head is. Truthfully, I'm not convinced that he's 100% back in the fighter's mentality mode. It's more like he hates to be not considered one of the top welterweight fighters. So he's gonna go down here, help one of them tote their bag, get on a plane, put his name with him so he can one day fight him and all that kind of stuff. He's trying to be relevant again. That's what I see. Man, I should have never started eating. Rob, you must be having a conversation. I mean, sir, you must be having a conversation with someone else. Cause I'm not sure what you're talking about. I see you said Bruce Bruce Hornsberry in the range. Mm. I hope Canelo KO Castano this time. And all the talk. It's a tall order, my brother. He can hurt him. Like he showed he hurt him a couple times last fight. But does this kid do a Fury? Or does he do stay in the truck kind of thing? Stay warm. I don't know what you said, driver, but anyway. We were seeing it. Tupac sampled it. Y'all had one of them kind of conversations. Yes. But yeah, my bad. I kind of faded off on y'all. What song? That song. That's the way. That's the way it is. We never be the same by Tupac. Oh, that's what you're talking about, Rob G. My bad. Yeah, that's just the way it is. Things will never be the same. Yeah. Yeah, Tupac. I think Tupac sampled that. I'm trying to think of the original of that song. Can't think, but yeah, I think Tupac sampled. Yeah, man. You know, come down to boxing or any combat sport. We just want to see the action. We want to see the action. And we get the good. If we got all the, if all the fights were 80% the positive fights that should happen, man, I think we'll have better peace in the world. Yeah. So, see, what a night, what a night. And what somebody got on this panel, your boy's a little tired. Yeah, I was a little tired. I drove from, I drove from, I guess about 20 something last night till now. Well, I drove from 12:20 something last night till 6 something yesterday evening. But now I'm back out here again. But y'all know me, I gotta get that bread. I can't let my money slip too much. When I have opportunities, I got to go get it. So, drove so rocky. I had to drain this some of my water out the jug. Pause. So some of y'all be thinking the wrong way. Yeah, try to get some rest. If you can't, yeah, I plan to get some after I get home tomorrow. I got a homeboy of mine that that promotes concerts. He has a marketing company where he does, different types of advertising for a lot of companies locally. And lately, since 2020, he's been messing with these political parties, doing signs for them. You know, the signs you put in yards and all that. And he used to holler at me about picking them up from the carrier, the, the truck terminal when they bring them in, and then we take them away. But the fool always I always thinking I'm working for him or something. You know what I'm saying? No, for instance, he sent me a guy to help me. But see, truthfully, I shouldn't be the one out there worried about unloading it and all that. You know what I'm saying? Well, unloading it, but not what happens after I unload it. You dig what I'm saying? But he always got me, because I'm trying to get stuff out of my truck anyway. I don't want stuff staying there, but got me moving stuff around just like his workers or something. So um, um, he shows up. Talking about, I'm gonna meet y'all over there on the north side, and we're gonna put this here and put that there. This fool shows up, some $35,000 Louis Vuitton uh, loafers. Had on the I forget what the ins and outs of his sweater was because I only saw it a couple of times. But he had on a nice gold cashmere uh, coat, but the upper half was canvas, like a raincoat or something, like my mother's coat. So anytime he come to work, I'm coming to work. Come here. I said, man, you ain't planning to do nothing, man. You got them LVs on, man. No, you ain't ready to do anything. He was saying he would get in, you know, he would get in the ring with me. Can't get my dates together. If I was able to maneuver him, it wouldn't be no problem because he's just trying to get a bed. Another to her. But anyway, he's a lot of fun, but he's a trip though. But the way he was dressed yesterday is like he's you know how you have them old movies. And they have like a student athlete at a college. You never see him go to class, but he's always got the ladies. And some kind of way he'll find he'll, he'll figure out how to shine the light on your toe. And but he just a trip, man. Y'all have to meet him. It's a mess. Yeah, that folks in the city with the bright lights on. Trying to hang on as much as I can, fellas. My bad. Yeah, man. When I get a little woozy, a little sleepy, man, I get to saying all kinds of stuff come out. I be talking out the side of my neck by then. I'm going through Huntsville, Alabama right now, trying to work my way over to what is it? Priceville, Alabama. I didn't have to stop over here in Hardin Place. I mean Hardin Place. I mean shoot, Huntsville. Home of the Space Center. Uh, yeah, yeah. My attention's being drawn up. The Crawford's supposed to fight again by the guys. No, they ain't happen. Crawford didn't want that fight anyway. What is that fight gonna do for his career? No more than give him a check. It's all upside for Josh Taylor because he can gain some from it. Crawford can't. Trying to think of what I want to talk to y'all about. This is whole where everybody said Terence was more than likely going to sign back up with Top Rank. I guess you changed your mind about that, huh? Trying to get my my snacks in, my trail mix. Yeah, that's the fight, Rob G. That is the fight. And according to um, I'm saying this, according to what has transpired in the past, the fighters, um, yeah, I'd like to see that fight happen, but I don't know. I'm optimistic. That's what it is. I'm optimistic. and him is out the 4. Seven minutes out the 4. It could be worse. Yeah. Well, I don't know if Ugas was. I'm not saying he was afraid of anything, but it's hard for me to believe they didn't have similar casting. All right. We're trying to get what we're supposed to be without accidentally running over anyone. Sorry. To me, it's taking me way too long to get to Priceville. Eyes are heavy, man. I didn't get. I've already told y'all that. Worked too many hours yesterday. Next week. Know what I got to do. Mm. Shoot. Man. Yeah, it's rough on me, man. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, man. That probably knows how quiet I am. It's hard out here for a pimp. Yeah, Rob. Yeah, I do normally. Sometimes I go 6 and 7 days a week. Um, but like I said, yesterday morning I didn't get a chance to have my little morning, mid morning, or late afternoon nap, and but I was out working, and I didn't get home till uh, just before 6 p.m. yesterday. So I had to rush in, wash my hands after putting stuff down, heat me up some food, eat me up some food. Then I jumped in the shower. Then I jumped in the bed, But in between me jumping in from one point to the next point, I looked at some of them girls on Instagram to motivate me, to stimulate me, so I wouldn't fall asleep. Once I got in there, I didn't think nothing about it. This right here, when I get finished with this right here, uh, yeah, man. Uh, Command me not to ever do this again. I'm in the rumble strips. Dig that. Oh shoot. Man. I'm gonna take me a little power nap. I do not know anything about boxing business. Yeah, that you know what, Rob B, you speaking some volume right there, bro. None of us do. We all think we do once somebody tell us one or two things about it. And we go ahead and push our hands on bro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just yeah, it is, man. Rob, you still have a right. I want to talk about this boxing so bad, but I can't make it do what it's supposed to do. Gotta do something. All right. Comes to the light. Oh, shoot. Stopping way too soon. All kind of crazy stuff. Bagging in. Yeah, I came to a complete stop, fellas. Supposed to go. Supposed to go to sleep right now, but I'm still typing. Yeah, man. Appreciate you too, bro. Yeah, just give me about 5, 10 minutes. I'll be good. And I roll the rest of the night with no problem. Mhm. What's up, Bucks fans? Man, I just got to my stop, Box fans, and I was very sleepy. It took me a while to get here because I was so sleepy. Wasn't driving up the par like I needed to be as far as the correct speed, standing in lanes and things of that nature. Uh, so, What's the weather doing out there, Rob B? It's gonna be real cold tomorrow. That's yo. Where are you, Rob B, for the 9 degrees? Yeah, me too, Robbie. So I like you snooze. Yeah, I'm trying to take a little power nap, man. Recharge myself so I can go with these next stops after this one. All right, Rob. Take care, man. What's up, Highway man? How you doing, bro? I'm here, but I'm barely here. I've been very sleepy, man. I didn't get in the house till 6. So, I just read what you said, Highway Man. What's up with the preacher's daughter? What? We sitting at the dock since 9 a.m. yesterday, man. What are you doing? Crazy. It's crazy. What are you hauling? or pick it up highway man. Oh, you talking about I just realized what preacher's daughter you talking about with me. You talking about the girl I used to work with, and then after I stopped working with her, she let me know she wanted to holler at her brother. Oh no, not her. That was another preacher's daughter. I know they hit that one though. You talking the one in Alabama? Yeah. Yeah, she live in New York now, man. Married. Yeah, she gave me some. I was in prison then. I was going to school with the public, and just so happened to the end of the quarter, she left school. Then I looked hood, and she was gone. While she was gone, I was here trying to click up with this other girl that I nicknamed Yuck Mouth. It was finer than a mouth. Wish I hit that thing, boy. But Yuck Mouth, I had to pass on Yuck Mouth because I didn't. She was parked in front of the school, and little man security, security running around, and I had to tell her, they ain't gonna let me go. They ain't gonna let me go. I was so sad I didn't go with her. 'Cause I know she gonna let me. I know she was gonna let me have it. She gonna let me. She gonna give it to me real good. But then my girl circled back around, came back to the school. So it's a good thing I didn't leave because she would have been looking for me. I would have had some explaining to do. Yeah, when girl came there and said, "Hey, I got to do something." She said, "You got a rubber?" I said, "Well, I most certainly do." Man, I felt like a new man that day. First sex I had in 3 years. Got those bubbly feelings in my stomach, like I was doing it all over again for the first time. I was like, wow. Yeah, just like me. Me and her was like, at that point, my thoughts of her was just like Whoopi Goldberg's thought of a old girl when she was following Avery after Suge Avery had played with her. It made her bust a nut for the first time. So she following Suge Avery around. She said she'll be like honey, not be like a bee. Suge found out Miss uh what's her name? Miss what's she called? Miss Silly hadn't had no. Miss Silly said he just get on top of me and do his business. And she found out Miss Silly ain't never came, ain't never experienced what you know real sex was about. She said, "Shoot, I gotta get some of this old virgin coochie. I like coochies and penises, and tonight I'm having coochie." And she took Miss Silly and got to playing with her and showed her how to kiss, how to touch, how to feel. Next thing they know, they showed her following the sugar around everywhere she went like a little kid. Yeah, that's the way I was feeling about the old girl. She put it on me. But unfortunately, I didn't get to follow her around because it was the end of the second or third quarter of school, and she decided she wasn't coming back to school that year. I mean, for the next quarter. So, needless to say, that was the last time I laid eyes on that girl. But being that she put that cooch on me, I didn't mind looking at her for the last time. You understand? I tell you what. What's up, JC? I guess I get up in here long enough, probably in about 30 minutes. Get this load out of this truck. Move on to the next one. Yeah. That's amazing that you're still in Temple since 9 a.m. I mean, you've been at the dock in Temple since 9 a.m. yesterday, man. That's crazy. What size warehouse is that? And what's the reason for them taking so long to get you loaded, man? I don't understand that, bro. That's crazy. That's a lot of detention money, ain't it? You still out there, highwayman? Man. Yeah, I talked to old preacher's daughter. Yeah, I talked to her a few years back, man. She living in New York. Caught up with one of her girlfriends on Facebook, and so she had. I told her to give old girl my number, and she called me. It's been several years ago. What's this? 22. This was back in 2010 when I talked to her. She's in New York, in Manhattan, New York, married with kids, 4 kids, 2 sets of twins, man. And that's something. And she cute girl. She told me she had picked some weight up. I don't know what that meant. I don't know what she looked like size wise now because I didn't see a photo of her at that time. But we talked for about an hour or so, and then her phone went off. I don't know what happened. And that was the last time we talked. I may try to reach out to her again one of these days, but last time I talked to her, I had asked her, I had got crazy about that girl before we had sex. I had asked her about coming to Nashville because I knew it wouldn't be long before I'll be getting home. I mean, getting freed. Getting finished with my sentence, and I asked her about and she thought about moving to Nashville because see, she's from Prattville, Alabama, down there next to Montgomery, Alabama. It's a little small town, little country town, and I thought maybe she'd be excited about going to Nashville, which she kind of was, but she was a young girl, still at home with her folks, and she said, I don't know. So anyway, when we talked, years and years later, and she's in 2010, because that was back in the 90s, early 90s, well, early to mid 90s. Um, so when I talked to her in 2010, I said, "Look at you." She said, "What?" I said, "You're all the way up there in Manhattan, New York." I said, "I just wanted to bring you to Nashville, where you be a little bit closer to home." And she just started laughing. She said, I knew you were gonna ask me about that. I never forgot when you asked me about that." I said, "Yeah, yeah." Got me thinking about my old girl. Man, we did it in a chair, man. I sit down on a chair, she straddled me, man, and shoot, the preacher's daughter, she had some before. I thought, she never told me she was a virgin. I didn't know, I just treated her like, I was a gentleman to her. But she put that thing, we used to kiss a lot and, rub and feel, but when she put that cooch on me, I knew she wasn't no virgin at that point. She gonna have something. Mm-hmm. Sure did. Yeah, man. Yeah, let's get you on out of there. Answer, answer, answer.